హలో. అందరికీ నా హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారం. నా పేరు సౌమ్య సుధా. నేను సుమేధ వాళ్ళ అక్కని. మా ఆహ్వానాన్ని మన్నించి మీరందరూ ఇక్కడికి విచ్చేసినందుకు మేము చాలా ఆనందపడుతున్నాం. గురు శ్రీమతి సుధా చంద్రశేఖర్ వారి హిందూ టెంపుల్ రిథమ్స్ వారి 123వ అరంగేట్రం మరియు శ్రీమతి ఆనందిని చంద్రశేఖర్ గారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో బోస్టన్లో జరుగుతున్న 3వ అరంగేట్రం సుమేధది. ప్రాచీన భారతదేశంలో 8 నాట్య రూపాలలో భరతనాట్యం ఒకటి. దక్షిణ భారతదేశంలో ఉన్న తమిళనాడు రాష్ట్రంలో ఎన్నో శతాబ్దాల క్రితం భరతనాట్యం పుట్టినప్పటికీ సుమారుగా 1700 నుండి 1800 శతాబ్దాల మధ్యకాలంలో భరతనాట్యం ప్రసిద్ధి చెందింది. భరతనాట్యంలో 3 అంశాలు ఉంటాయి. ఇవి నృత్య మరియు నాట్య. నృత్య అంటే నాట్యంలో ఉండే కలయికలు మరియు కదలికలను చూపించటం. నృత్య అనగా భరతనాట్య వ్యక్తీకరణ అంశం. నాట్యతో భరతనాట్యానికి ఒక నాటక అంశం వస్తుంది. భావరాగ తాళాల కలయికతో భరతనాట్యం ఒక ప్రత్యేకమైన కళారూపంగా రూపుదిద్దుకుంది. సహజంగా 8 నుండి 10 సంవత్సరాల భరతనాట్య సాధన చేసిన తర్వాత జరిగే పట్టా పుచ్చుకునే కార్యక్రమాన్నే అరంగేట్రం అంటాం. అరంగేట్రం నృత్య కళాకారులకు ఒక వృత్తిపరమైన మార్గం సృష్టిస్తుంది. ఇప్పుడు కార్యక్రమం గురించి కొన్ని ముఖ్య అంశాలు. ఆడిటోరియంలో ఆహారం లేదా పానీయం నిషేధం. దయచేసి ప్రదర్శన సమయంలో మాట్లాడకుండా ఉండడానికి ప్రయత్నించండి. ఫోటోలు మరియు వీడియోలు తీసుకునే అప్పుడు దయచేసి ఫ్లాష్ లేకుండా వాడడానికి ప్రయత్నించండి. మీకు పిల్లలు ఉన్నట్లయితే వీలైనంత వరకు వెనకాల వైపు కూర్చోవడానికి ప్రయత్నించండి, ఎందుకంటే ఆడిటోరియంలోంచి వెళ్ళడానికి రావడానికి సులభంగా ఉంటుంది. మీ దగ్గర ఉన్న ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ పరికరాలను దయచేసి నిశ్శబ్దంలో ఉంచండి. మీరు ఆడిటోరియం నుంచి బయటకు లేదా లోపలికి రావాల్సిన సందర్భంలో నృత్య అంశాల మధ్యలో వచ్చే సమయంలో చేయండి. వర్ణం తర్వాత ఒక 15 నిమిషాల విరామం ఉంటుంది. ఈ సమయంలో కింద క్యాఫ్టీరియాలో ఉపహారాలు స్వీకరిస్తారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Bharatanatyam Arangetram of Sumaedha Konduri. We're so glad that you can join us for this important milestone. This is Guru Srimati Sudha Chandrasekhar and Hindu Temple Rhythm's 123rd Arangetram. And this is Srimati Anandi Chandrasekhar's 3rd Arangetram in Boston. Bharatanatyam is one of the 8 classical dance forms. It originated in the South Indian state of Tamil Nadu many centuries ago, with the contemporary form of Bharatanatyam evolving in the late 1700s to the early 1800s. There are 3 main aspects of Bharatanatyam: Nritya, which consists of movements and patterns of dance; Nritya, the expressional aspect of dance; and Natya, which adds an element or drama to the composition. Bharatanatyam comes from the words bhava, or expression, raga, or melody, and tala, or rhythm, which further highlights the complexity of this art form. Dancers typically train for 8 to 10 years before they're ready for their first Arangetram, which directly translates to the ascending the stage. It is a traditional debut for performance of a student in an Indian classical art form of dance or music. And although it is typically viewed as a graduation, in reality it's a symbolic beginning of a new chapter in the dancer's journey, where they can now develop a deeper understanding of nuances of the art form. Now for some reminders about the program. No food or drink is allowed in the auditorium. Please keep the talking to a minimum during the performances. You can definitely take photos and videos, but please refrain from using flash as it can be distracting. If you have small children or babies, kindly take a seat near the back of the auditorium so you can easily exit the auditorium if necessary. Please put all electronic devices on silent so as to not disrupt the performance. If you need to leave or enter the auditorium, please do so between dance items. There will be a brief 15-minute intermission after the Varnam, where snacks and refreshments will be provided downstairs in the cafeteria. Thank you for understanding, and now let's begin the show.
Now I'd like to welcome Guru Srimati Sudha Chandrasekhar and Srimati Anandini Chandrasekhar. They are the Gurus of Sumaedha Konduri, and we would like them to proceed with the program. Thank you.
Om Sadgurubhyo Namo Namaha. Dear friends, we're so happy to be here. Particularly, I'm happy to be here with my daughter as she presents Sumaedha in her Bharatanatyam Arangetram. I am honored to be here. I'm privileged to be here, and I offer my humble salutations and namaskarams to Lord Nataraja, to Sadguru Sri Sainatha, to my gurus of the Sri Rajarajeshwari Bharatanatyam Kala Mandir, who have brought me as far as they have been able to, for me to continue carrying their message through dance so that the world will be a happier, a more beautiful, and a place where all of us can live together, singing the glories of the Lord, talking about their stories, and making ourselves strong to go ahead with whatever life hands out to us. With that in mind, we would like to start today. I would like to thank all of us who are sitting here, our mridangists, our flautist, our violinist, our vocalist, my daughter Anandini and myself. We're all here to help Sumaedha come up on stage and tell you the glories of the Lord, the glories of how every time there was a problem, they came to earth. And every time we are faced with a problem, they're always there, standing side by side with us. So, without further ado, we'll start with our prayers to the Lord, asking Him to be here, sitting right here beside you. There are 5 seats empty. So, they are there, and they will be watching you. And Sumaedha, give it all you have. God bless you. Enjoy the stage. Romp around it happily, because you know whatever Anandini has taught you, and I hope to see you enjoy every minute of it. We are here to help you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax, enjoy, and applaud her wherever you feel it's necessary. I think she'll have it all the time. So, Anandini, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, we will be starting the program with an invocation song in praise of Lord Ganesha, the elephant-headed remover of obstacles. Following that, Sumaedha will ascend the stage and perform an item called Todya Mangalam. Todya Mangalam is a series of verses strung together and all in praise of Lord Vishnu in his various forms. So we do praise him as Lord Rama, the Prince of Ayodhya. We talk about the Lord of the 7 Hills, Venkateshwara. And we also talk about his playful form as Krishna. You will see Sumaedha portray several stories of the different incarnations of Mahavishnu, who is also sometimes called the preserver out of the Hindu Trinity. One of the stories that you will see her portray is that of the half-man, half-lion Narasimha. How he happened to come to earth is that the demon king Hiranyakashipu had received a boon that he would not be destroyed by man nor beast, neither during the day nor night, neither inside nor outside. And in that sense, Vishnu knew that he had to come in a form that could still remove this evil. So he took the form of a half man, half lion. He came at twilight, which is neither day nor night. And he took Hiranyakashipu to the threshold, the doorway, which is neither inside nor outside. And he destroyed the demon and protected his son Prahalada, who had always been chanting Narayana, Narayana. Another story that you will see her depict is that of Gajendra Moksham, the elephant king Gajendra, who was happily playing in the waters one day when a demon took the form of a crocodile and grasped his foot and began to pull him back into the water. Gajendra cried out in pain, but he could not escape the crocodile's jaws. And so he cried out to Sriman Narayana, who immediately came on his eagle Garuda and threw his discus to destroy the crocodile, following which Gajendra pulled a lotus from the waters and offered it up to Vishnu. And that too we will praise Rama, who carries the bow and arrow and destroyed many demons during his reign on earth. And you will see us praise Madhava, or Krishna, who plays the flute. So please welcome Sumaedha after our invocation item by the orchestra. Thank you so much for being here today.
शुक्लां भरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत्
सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणे विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा
गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरा गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः
आङ्गिकं भुवनं यस्य वाचिकं सर्ववाङ्मयम् आर्यं चन्द्रतारादि तं नमः सात्विकं शिवम्
सुमुखश्चैकदन्तश्च कपिलो गजकर्णकः लम्बोदरश्च विकटो विघ्नराजो विनायकः अभीष्टवरद श्री महागणपते अभीष्टवरद श्री महागणपते अगमवेदाद्यन्तरहितपते अभीष्टवरद श्री महागणपते अगमवेदाद्यन्तरहितपते अभीष्टवरद श्री महागणपते अगमवेदाद्यन्तरहितपते अभीष्टवरद श्री महागणपते अगमवेदाद्यन्तरहितपते अभीष्टवरद श्री महागणपते कवीन्द्र रवि विनुत कनकमय दिव्य कवीन्द्र रवि विनुत कनकमय दिव्य चरण कमल मुनुनम्मिदिनि चरण कमल मुनुनम्मिदिनि अभीष्टवरद श्री महागणपते अगमवेदाद्यन्तरहितपते अभीष्टवरद श्री मुक्तिमार्गमुनकुमोदति दैवमुनि शक्ति सुमुखदो भक्तुलवरिकि मुक्तिमार्गमुनकुमोदति दैवमुनि शक्ति सुमुखदो भक्तुलवरिकि सिद्धि बुद्धिवर फलमुनो सगिल्ल सिद्धि बुद्धिवर फलमुनो सगिल्ल सद्गुरु श्री त्यागराजुनि पोगडिन सद्गुरु श्री त्यागराजुनि पोगडिन अभीष्टवरद श्री महागणपते अगमवेदाद्यन्तरहितपते अभीष्टवरद श्री महागणपते गणपते गणपते जय जानकी रमण जय विभीषण चरण जय सरोरुह चरण जय दीन करुणा जय 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 जानकी रमण जय विभीषण चरण जय सरोरुह चरण
श्री सती वल्लभा शरणु शरणु सुरेन्द्र सन्नुत शरणु श्री सती वल्लभा शरणु राक्षस गर्व संभर शरणु वेङ्कटनायका शरणु राक्षस गर्व संभर शरणु वेङ्कटनायका स्वामी श्री रघुनायका स्वामी श्री रघुनायका शरणु शरणु मुरहरन कदर मुकुंद माधव मुरहरन कदर मुकुंद माधव गरुड गमन पंकजनाभदेव गरुड गमन पंकजनाभदेव परम पुरुष भवभञ्जन केशव परम पुरुष भवभञ्जन केशव परम पुरुष नमो नमो देव नरमृग शरीर नमो नमो देव नरमृग शरीर नमो नमो देव नरमृग शरीर नमो नमो देव नारायण ते नमो नमो भव नारायण ते नमो नमो भव नारद सन्नुत नमो नमो देव नारद सन्नुत नमो नमो देव देवेश गणाराधित दिव्याम्बुजपाद श्री वेङ्कटगिरिनायक श्री सहेचरिका देवेश गणाराधित दिव्याम्बुजपाद श्री वेङ्कट
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here for that offering from Sumaedha to Venkateshwara. The next item will be the traditional Alaripu. Alaripu means blossoming. And in this dance, you will see the dancer's body unfold like the petals of a flower, opening out. In this, she must show her mastery of every nuance of the body, from the neck movements to the eye movements to the shoulder movements, the wrist movements, and intricate footwork that comes in a specific pattern. An alaripu can be done in a number of talams or rhythm patterns. This particular alaripu is actually a more difficult one. It's in Kandam, which is 5 beats. And if you want to try keeping time with Sumaedha while she's dancing, you should definitely try along. Kriti will show you how to do it.
Taka, taki, ta, taka, taki, ta. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So see if you're able to keep that 5-beat pattern throughout the dance. It actually matches throughout. And you'll see how she has to learn how to do different patterns within that 5-beat structure. The choreography for this item was by our great gurus of Sri Raja Rajeshwari Bharatanatyam Kala Mandir, which was established in Mumbai in 1945, and of which my mother is their senior most student. And she still carries their name to this day and their choreography in its absolute pristine form with no changes. And this alaripu was taught to my mom by, was it Govindaraj sir?
Malingam.
Guru Mahalingam Pillai, one of our great masters. Do you remember anything about when he was teaching it to you?
I was probably 10 years old.
She was probably 10 years old when he taught it to her. And we would like to see Sumaedha's interpretation of this alaripu. So please welcome Sumaedha in the Ganda alaripu, which is in Ragam Nati.
Te te ta ta tam ta te te ta ta tam tam ti tam te ta te 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 tam ti tam te ta te
After this dance of invocation, wherein you're introduced to the architectonics of the style, Bharatanatyam, we take you on to the second item, which is usually the Jati Swaram. It is a whole bunch of swaras put together in one particular raga, but the dance part of it, the choreography, adds in several different types of rhythms within the tala structure. Kalyani is the beautiful ragam. It augurs auspiciousness and abundance. And all people who are present here are wished abundance and auspiciousness and joy as we do this Jati Swaram, which was my second Jati Swaram taught to me by Guru Govindraj Pillai, who first started the Sri Rajarajeshwari Bharatanatyam Kala Mandir in Mumbai. They came from Tanjavur, Tiruvadamardur, I believe, basically to teach me the dance, so I can bring it to America. But when I started dancing for my mother, but then it became my passion too, and it still lingers with me after almost 75 plus years in the art form. I'm still finding so many beautiful things in this art form. It's like you search for pebbles in the seashore and you keep looking for them. So many beautiful aspects that tell us that the Lord always looks after us, is looking out for us. So this is a joy-filled dance number. The ragam is in Kalyani, and the talam is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is in Rupaka talam with 6 beats, and watch her carefully as she tries to catch on with the different nuances in the rhythmic structure. Kalyani Jati Swaram in Ragam Rupakam.
This is actually a very special one for Sumaedha to be doing too, because this was Sudanti's Arangetram Jati Swaram as well. And Kritika's as well. So as you can see, there's a great legacy being passed on here.
And Akshaya's.
Oh, Akshaya also did Kalyani Jati Swaram for her Arangetram. So yes, there's a huge legacy being passed on here. So please welcome Sumaedha. We'll introduce you to this ragam now.
Ni re ga
Well done. We now come to the third item of our program. It's called the Shabdam. This is an item where, for the first time, Abhinaya, or storytelling with gestures and hand gestures and facial expressions, is introduced to the artist. She learns to tell stories culled from the Puranas, and today we chose Sarasi Jaksharu Jalakamadi. It's a very beautiful and one of the longest shabdams that we have in our Bharatanatyam repertoire. It is about Lord Krishna, the story of how he stole the clothes and ran away with them, putting it up on a tree when they were not looking. They were bathing in a river and they were not properly clothed for that. And it's an open area. So he was a little boy, 4 or 5 years old, and you know how kids are. They steal our chappals, they hide the keys if they don't want to leave the house, and they pretend that they don't know anything about it. Krishna was like that. So he took their clothes off and stealthily climbed the tree and hid them up there. The gopis were having fun in the water, and after playing around, they come out and find the clothes missing. And they said, "We put it right here. Where did it go?" The whole jewelry and everything. One may question as to why you wear all the jewelry and go to the riverfront, but they have to show something with mudras. So they even had to take the nose ring off. So they had tied it all up, and they said, "What happened to all our things that were here?" One started crying and saying, "My mother-in-law is going to get so mad at me." And another one is saying, "Oh no, my husband is going to cut my ear off." And weird things were being said by the girls. And they started being, "How are we going to go home now?" And then they see little footsteps and they follow that up to the tree. There he is sitting up there, very calmly, looking away somewhere else. "Krishna, what have you done? Give us back our clothes." She will show you what he told her then. I don't want to tell you the whole story. In the second part of the story, the butter thief that he was, that story will be elaborated. How he stole butter. There are different ways that he stole butter. It was not the same way every day. Very creative, Krishna. You go to one gopi's house, then you say her some very, very beautiful things. He'll praise her and she'll be so happy. This little boy loves me. And she's a little negligent and he'll steal the butter and go off. She'll tell you how he stole the butter today in her own way. The third one, the author says, the whole world looks upon you as the Lord himself, and look at you teasing the gopis and playing around with them like this. Is this fair on your part? Is this why you have hidden yourself in a gufa as Sri Padmanabha Swami? So this is who it is dedicated to Lord Padmanabha. Is it why you have gone and hidden yourself? Oh Lord, we bow to you, because without you, life would be absolutely indescribable, because he gives so much for us to do, so much for us to agonize over, so much for us to worry about, be in anxiety. And yet it's a little boy without whom none of us can live in this world. So this story is about the Krishna Leelas. You enjoy it, I think. Are you ready? All right. Come. So here's Sumaedha taking you to the world of Lord Krishna. It's in Ragam Ragamalikai, and it's set to Talam Misra Japu. It is Takkitta Takka Dimmi Takkitta Takka Dimmi.
One day, the young maidens of the village went early in the morning to the river to take a bath. Seeing nobody around, they quickly removed all of their ornaments and jewels and tied them in a small bag of cloth. Again, they checked to make sure no one was around, and seeing no one, they found it was safe to remove their outer garments so that they could enter the river for their bath. Now, it was very early in the morning, and so the water was quite cold. There was nothing to do but just to go into the water and brave it for their bath. Who should come along at that time but little Krishna, who was tending to the cows. When he started to hear, off in the distance, the sound of laughter, and he wondered, who is laughing out here so early in the morning? So he let the cows go off to graze and looked through a large bush and said, "Oh my God, these gopis without any clothes are bathing in the river? I'm gonna teach them a lesson." And so he crept out from the bushes and made his way over to the riverbank, where he found all of their garments and ornaments, and he quickly gathered them all together. Now, where will I hide all of these? He thought. And looking all around, he found the perfect tree. So he quickly put all the bundles up into the branches and climbed up into the tree, where he sat on a branch and thought, this is going to be fun. Meanwhile, the gopis were having fun splashing each other and playing in the water. Until finally one girl said, okay, enough. Let's finish our baths. And they made a paste out of sandalwood to cleanse themselves, and squeezed all the water out of their hair and tied it up into a knot. Come, let's go, they said. And they exited the water and made their way back to the riverbank, laughing and chatting with each other. When all of a sudden, one of the girls said, "Have you seen my things? They were right here. Did you see them? No? Nobody saw them?" And one girl said, "Look, tiny footprints. Let's follow them." And they began to follow the little footprints all the way to the tree where they saw Krishna. And they went running back to the water to hide themselves. Krishna, can you give us back our things? Please? Oh, come, you're such a darling. Please give it to us. And Krishna, up in his tree, said, "No. All of you must come right here with your hands folded above your head and bow to me. And then only I will give you back your clothes." The girls were shocked to hear his request and said, "You are a very, very naughty boy. We are so angry with you." But eventually they realized there was nothing they could do. One of the girls said, "It's getting really late in the morning, and back at home, my mother-in-law is sure to scold me if I come back any later than this. Should we just go? Krishna's only a little boy after all. Does it really matter?" And so the girls reluctantly agreed. And they exited the water once again, shyly making their way over to the tree where Krishna was. And as requested, they lifted their arms above their heads to bow to him. But at that moment, they didn't see him as little Krishna, but rather in the supreme form of Lord Vishnu. And then in a flash, it was gone. And they quickly got their things and ran behind the bushes to get dressed again and put back on all of their ornaments. And they chatted with each other as they did so about what an ordeal they had just gone through. Taking their pots, they headed back to Krishna's tree to ask him, "Krishna, can we go home now?" And Krishna thought, "All right, I'll allow it. You can go." And taking his leave, the gopis went to a clear part of the river where they could fill their pots with water to take back to the village. And after such an adventure, they headed back home. Gopis of the village set about the long and arduous task of making fresh butter and curds for her household. first she had to go out to the cow shed, where she fed the cow and allowed the little calf to drink. Once the little calf had had its fill, she could bind the mouth of the cow and milk it. Once she had enough, it was time to head back to the house. Here is where all her real hard work would begin. Setting a small fire, it was time to first boil the milk, and once it's set, she could add it to another pot, put a large stick in it, tie a rope around it, and then churn. It was hard work, but eventually it was ready to clarify. Sometimes you could get a little in your eye, all in a hard day's work. And then finally, it was ready to put in its final pots for storage. But as she was doing that, she had a thought. What if Krishna comes here and eats up all of my butter? What will I do? She thought long and hard. And then she had an idea. I can hang it up there from the ceiling where he can't reach it. So she took the pots and hung it high up above. First, one pot with heavy curds, and then the second pot, and finally, the third and smallest pot. Now it will be safe from Krishna's mischief, she thought. Well, time to clean up. So she got her broom and began to sweep the room. Once she was done with that, she was exhausted. It was time for a nap. So she went off into a separate room where she quickly fell asleep. Well, who should come along once again at that time but our little Krishna, who was walking through the village when he decided to himself, I'm hungry. It's time for something to eat. Where should I go? Oh, that gopi always makes really good butter. I'll go to her house. And so, looking around to make sure no one saw him, he opened the door and snuck inside. And checking to make sure no one was there, he decided coast was clear and it was time to eat. Here, let's have some. Oh, that's not butter. What about this one? Yuck, that's not it either. Is it here? Or here? It's not anywhere. He looked all around, but he could not find the butter. What did that gopi do? I know she made it today. And then he saw it. There it is. It's kind of high. I don't know if I can reach it. Maybe if I get a running start. So he backed up and he ran and jumped, but he didn't get it. I'll try again, he thought. So he backed up and he ran and jumped. I still can't reach it. My arms and legs are too small. Now what can I do? And then he had another one of his great ideas. So he went to the door and he quietly called out to some of his friends. Come here, he said. Shh. Don't let anyone see you. Come inside. So he told them, do you all want some fresh butter to eat? Look, the gopi made it today. All you have to do is bend down on the ground and I will climb up on your back and get it. Okay? Bend down. Shh, quietly. And he climbed up onto their backs. Balancing himself there, he handed down the first pot and the second pot and took the heavy third pot with him, full of curds. Gathering all the pots around him, he began to eat. Finally, he was having what he had been wanting all along. But then he noticed all his friends looking at him with big eyes. And he said, do you want some? None for you. How about you? Do you want some? None for you. All for me. But eventually, he said, all right, here you go. Some for you, and some for you, and some for you. And all the curds at the bottom for me. Once they were all finished, he told all his friends to quietly leave. But he still had all the butter all over his mouth and hands. And he thought, what am I gonna do with this? So he looked around, and then he noticed the little room and said, oh, look, the gopi is right there. Will she wake up? Let me test it. Nothing. Let's try a little louder. Nope, nothing at all. She's fast asleep. Well, I have an idea now. And taking the butter, he bent down and drew a nice butter mustache on her. There, now she looks beautiful. He went back out to the other room and thought, what last bit of mischief can I do? He took the largest pot and he smashed it and ran away. Meanwhile, the gopi woke up to that sound and thought, oh, I took a much longer nap than I thought I was going to, but what's this on my face? She picked up a mirror to check and said, I look so funny. But wait a minute, that must mean... And she went out into the other room and saw, oh no, all of my hard work. Surely this was the work of Krishna. I am gonna go tell his mother. And so she set off to do just that. gopis of the village were in their various homes attending to different tasks. One gopi was combing out her hair, and as she did so, she suddenly started to hear off in the distance the sound of Krishna's flute. And hearing it, she got up and wandered out of her house, lost in a trance, still combing her hair. She walked all the way to the forest, where she stood next to Krishna, listening to him play with her eyes closed in ecstasy. Another gopi was in her home preparing food for the night when she too started to hear the sound, that lilting melody of Krishna's. And without another thought, she stood up and walked out of her house, still holding her cooking utensil. She wandered away to the forest, where she too stood, listening to Krishna. A third gopi, in her home, was massaging the feet of her in-laws and chatting with them. When suddenly, there it was, the melodious sound of Krishna's flute. In a trance and mid-conversation, she got up and walked out of her house, still moving her hand as if she was massaging their feet. She too went all the way to the forest, where she stood in her trance and listened to Krishna playing. Now finally, once he was surrounded by all these gopis, Krishna finished his melody and opened his eyes to see all the gopis gathered around him. "Hey, what are you all doing here?" he asked. One of the gopis said, "Oh, Krishna, we heard the sound of your flute and we couldn't help but come. But now that we're here, shall we play Ras?" And hearing all of them plead, he gave in and said, "All right," and handed out Ras sticks to each of them. And he transformed himself into a partner for each of them. Realized, where has Krishna gone? Each of them had disappeared, and they searched through the whole forest, but they couldn't find him anywhere, and they were sad.
నలుగురును
So in this item, you saw how hard Sumaedha had to work to use her face and her hands to tell stories. Now we come to the most difficult item of her entire program. It's sometimes called the magnum opus or the pièce de résistance of a Bharatanatyam performance. The Varnam is a piece in which she has to master both difficult dance patterns that we call jatis, as well as storytelling. She has to bring the both together. And so it really requires a lot out of the dancer, a lot of training, a lot of determination, a lot of memorization. And Sumaedha's been working on this particular Varnam for a very long time. And we're both excited to present it for all of you today. It's an unusual Varnam in Ragam Todi. It's called Danike Tagujanara. So what makes this Varnam unique to me is that a lot of times when you see Varnams, they're in praise of a different deity, a god. This one is from those ancient times when Bharatanatyam Natranars and the dancers were called to perform in the courts of kings. And so this particular Varnam is praising an actual king of South India, Maharaja Shivaji, not the Shivaji that most people know, but from Tanjore. And the Tanjore Quartet wrote this particular Varnam and presented it in front of this king. And it has been performed since then, but it gives us such an interesting little piece of history of how these compositions were made. So in this particular Varnam, the speaker is actually the friend of the main woman who goes to the king to tell him, this girl is the perfect one for you. She is so suited to you. Everything about you two is a perfect match. Her moon-like face and your lotus-like face, that's a perfect match. Her eyebrows that are like a bow shape, and your eyebrows that are a rainbow shape, that's a perfect match. Her walk that is so graceful like a swan, and your walk that's so majestic like that of an elephant, that's a perfect match. Her eyes that are fish-shaped, and yours that jump about like a deer's, those are also a perfect match. She goes on to say, show compassion on this girl who is suffering from the pangs of love, thinking only about you day and night. She can't stand the feeling of the wind. It's like the hiss of a snake to her. The sound of a bird singing, it hurts her ears. She can't bear it. Even food, she doesn't want any food. When she tries to sleep at night, she's not able to. Even if she tries to drink milk, she immediately throws it up. She can't handle any of these things because she is so in love with you, O king. Then they go on to praise him, he who is the well-known devotee of Mahadeva. He prays to Shiva. And in this sequence, you will see the Maharaja enter into the kingdom, into his temple, and place his sword in front of Shiva for blessing before he goes out to use it. And they say to the king, you are treasure itself. You are the very treasure of this kingdom, O Maharaja Shivaji. In the second half of the Varnam, we talk about how she is struck by the arrows of love, of Kamadeva's arrows. She's struck by them. And she tells him, quickly, it's time. It is time for you to meet with her. Come quickly. And take her as your own. This is the right girl for you. This composition was taught to my mother by her gurus of Sri Raja Rajeshwari many years ago. We have not touched any of the choreography that they taught to us. It is exactly as is. And do you want to share anything about Danike?
Oh, no, just I'm always excited about this Varnam because Jatis are so explicitly beautiful, and when she works with the sounds of the mridangam and the natwangam and her footwork, everything's so synchronized with the rest of the musicians. It's really a wonderful piece to go through. So I hope you really, really enjoy this item. And let us know if you do. Are you enjoying yourselves now? Yeah.
This is where the mastery of the dancer and the orchestra, we have to all work together so intricately. Before Sumaedha performs this Varnam for you, I would like our musicians here, Akshaya, maybe you can introduce them to this ragam of Tori. It's such a gorgeous ragam, so I want you to hear a little bit of it, and Kritika, you can also sing a little bit of it for them.
So this is the scale of Sa-re-ga-ma-pa-da-ni-sa, sa-ni-da-pa-ma-ga-re-sa.
Sorry. So you will hear how that scale is extended in both directions to its maximum in this song. It's really put together so beautifully to bring out these certain emotions that Sumaedha is going to have to portray in this Varnam. You want to sing a little bit more of it for us?
Sakati Jam nakajam ta. Dit tak jam takajam 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 nakajam play. Dit tak jam takajam 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 nakajam ta. Dit tak jam ri ta ri ta timmi ta ri ta kita ta ri ta danna ta ri ta jonno ta ri ta timmi ta ri ta kita ta ri ta na jonno timmi ta ri ta na jonno timmi ta ri ta na jonno timmi ta తక్కరి తే జన జన కుకుందరి తా కుకుందరి తకుందరి తే తని తన 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 జొన్న 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 తిమి 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 కిట తని తన జొన్న తిమి త డింగ్ డింగ్ న tum తక్క త డింగ్ డింగ్ న tum తక్క తిక్క త డింగ్ న tum తిరిగి tum త డింగ్ డింగ్ న tum తక్క త డింగ్ డింగ్ న tum తక్క తిక్క త డింగ్ న tum తిరిగి tum త
Ladies and gentlemen, after that intensive workout by Sumaedha, we are going to take a short intermission and we will see you back here shortly. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gayatri. I'm Sumaedha's younger cousin from Texas.
Hi everyone, I'm Subong. I'm Sumaedha's younger brother. I hope you all enjoyed the refreshments.
Before we begin the second half of the Arangetram, let's keep in mind some basic housekeeping rules. There's no food or drink allowed in this auditorium. Let's please keep the talking to a minimum during the performance, as well as the flash photography, as it can be distracting. If you do have small children or babies, please try to take a seat near the back of the auditorium so that you can easily exit whenever necessary. Let's put all electronic devices on silent so as to not disrupt the performance. And if you do need to leave or enter the auditorium, please try to do so between dance numbers so as to minimize any distractions for Sumaedha.
Hello everyone, I just have a small announcement from the Chinmaya Mission. The global head of the Chinmaya Mission, Swami Swarupananda ji, will be visiting us here on August 14th and will be staying till August 17th. And he'll be giving us practical tips on how we can apply the universal message of the Gayatri Mantra on our lives. Prior to that, we will have a Gayatri Mantra chanting at 6:30 p.m. and this will be for the peace of everybody and will be followed by the disclosures. We would want everybody to attend and with your family and friends. See you next week. And I would want Anandini auntie to continue with the program. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to commence the second half of the program with a set of items called the padams. Padams in a Bharatanatyam repertoire are primarily expressional items and usually devotional items. And we have prepared some very special ones for Sumaedha and also for her family. So many of you will remember the extremely popular Telugu movie from the early 80s, Saptapadi. And in that was a beautiful item, a beautiful song about Devi. This has over the years been adapted into a devotional dance item. And in this song, called Akhilandeshwari Chamundeshwari, we praise the goddess in her many forms, including that of Parvati, the daughter of the mountain king, also as Mahalakshmi, who comes in her 8 forms of the Ashtalakshmi, Saraswati, or Sharade, the goddess of knowledge, and then in her powerful form as Kali. And all of these combined are that essence of Shakti, or, to put it in American terms, girl power. So we want to give this due reverence and really invoke the goddess through this item, which is in Ragamalika. And Sumaedha is going to give you her interpretation of this special item in praise of the goddess. jum tari ta ta tingena tom ta jum tari te ta tingena tom tam ta jum ta jum ta tingena tom ta tingena tom ta tingena tom
अखिलांडेश्वरी चामुंडेश्वरी पालय मां गौरी परिपालय मां गौरी अखिलांडेश्वरी चामुंडेश्वरी पालय मां गौरी परिपालय मां गौरी
tam tattim tattim takademi takajunu tam tattim takademi takajunu tam dim tum nam tarigedum
शुभगात्री गिरिराजपुत्री अभिनेत्री सर्वार्थगात्रिया शुभगात्री गिरिराजपुत्री अभिनेत्री सर्वार्थगात्री सर्वार्थसन्धात्री जगदेक जनयित्री चन्द्रप्रभाधवनकीर्ति सर्वार्थसन्धात्री जगदेक जनयित्री चन्द्रप्रभाधवनकीर्ति चतुर्बाहु संरक्षित शिक्षित चतुर्भुजान्तर भुवनपालिनी कुङ्कुमरागशोभिनी कुसुमबाण संशोभिनी मौनसुहासिनी गानविनोदिनी भगवती पार्वती देवी अखिलांडेश्वरी चामुण्डेश्वरी पालय मां गौरी परिपालय मां गौरी
tatim takajum tarigedum tadim takajum tarigedum takatim takadimi
श्री हरि प्रणयापुरासी श्रीपाद विचलित श्रीरापुरासी श्री हरि प्रणयापुरासी श्रीपाद विचलित
All right, while my mother tries to do some surgery on my Natwangam, we'll introduce the next item. It's right here. Soumya. It's here. Yeah. So now that we've invoked the goddess, it's time for a little playful fun. And when we talk about playful fun in the pantheon of Hindu gods, we of course are talking about Krishna. And in this next item, Madhura Nagarilo, we will see how Krishna teased the gopis, or the young maidens of the village. And in this particular one, we show one gopi story, how she gets up early to make butter to take to the town of Madura to sell it. Sumaedha makes a lot of butter in her Arangetram. So once she has gone through this whole process and she's ready to take it to the town of Madura, her path is blocked by none other than Sri Krishna, who asks her, "Where are you going?" And she tells him, "I have to go to Madura to sell this butter. Please let me go, Krishna." And she says, "In the evening, I promise that I'll come back." But he grabs her skirt and pulls on it. And then she asks him not to tease her in this way with all his playful antics. This is the main road, the Raja's road, the royal road. This is where anyone can see what's happening. So she's distraught that everyone is looking and everyone is seeing this happen. And so she says, like, please don't do this. You know, this is the main road everyone can see. And all of my friends, all of the other gopis, they're all gonna gather together and they're gonna be waiting for me to come. And they're gonna make fun of me if you keep doing this. So she says, "Please let me go, let me go, let me go." But he grabs her hand and pulls on it. And finally, she breaks down. And seeing her in distress, he tells her, "It's okay. All you have to do is give me a little bit of your butter and I'll let you go." And so she agrees, wipes her tears, gives him a little bit of that butter. And you'll see how she really felt about this whole episode as she walks along on her way. This beautiful song is in the language Telugu, and it's in the ragam Ananda Bhairavi.
Hello everyone, I hope you are enjoying. We would like to invite Sumaedha's friends to talk a little bit about her.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be here, and congratulations again to Sumaedha on this momentous day. I would like to take some time to reflect on my friendship with Sumaedha. Today is the first time I have stepped into this temple, and it is all a new experience for me, and a very welcomed one. Although this may be, as I said, a new experience, in my head it is not so unfamiliar. Over the past few years, through my friendship with Sumaedha, I have heard stories of temple on Sundays, religious ceremonies, and even preparation for this very day. And the most important thing I took from all of these stories was Sumaedha's dedication and connection to the community here. I truly admire this. So when it was a new experience today, walking through these doors was the entrance to a place very close to home for my friend. The dedication and connection Sumaedha has extends beyond this temple and the community. No matter what the task, she always has put 100% effort. I know that may seem very cliche, but it is the truth, and one that I deeply admire. There were definitely times this past year where I may have given up or taken a break, but Sumaedha kept working to receive the prize of having it off her plate or to-do list. As many of you know, Sumaedha is also dedicated to the musical theater department. I was not involved in the department personally, but it brought me very much joy to watch Sumaedha grow with talent and passion towards her work. I can't wait to see the amazing impact she has on the Tulane Theater Department as well in the future, and the community as a whole at the college. Now, I'd like to jump to the past a little bit. I remember when I first met Sumaedha. Back in 3rd or 4th grade, we were both a part of the ski club for both the elementary schools. I was usually lonely at the club, but when I met Sumaedha, we became fast friends. I remember I would be on the bus and wait for my friend from Summer Street to get on. We would sit next to each other on the bus and had conversations the whole way. I would miss those days next year. But our friendship did not end there, obviously. We joined the same Destination Imagination team back in middle school. We spent countless hours and late nights working on our projects for the competition. I became very familiar with Sumaedha's basement over the years. After the DI group ended, I have to say that I entered what I call my tough teen years. I felt a little lost with everything and kind of separated from the friend group. But I felt a little helpless, but Sumaedha was always waiting with open arms to welcome me back into the friend group, and I will be forever grateful for this. She came to me with her kindness and understanding attitude at a time when I needed it the most. I appreciated how she helped me feel welcome in a space and left me some time to figure out what I wanted to do with my life and welcomed me back. I will forever cherish these new memories I have made with her and the rest of the friend group over the past few years. We've had so much fun between our late night study sessions for the AP exams, and I'm sure your love for Oreos will live on to college past these study sessions. I will never understand how you eat apples with a fork, but I'll have to let that one go. I cannot wait to visit you next year for the Mardi Gras celebrations. Overall, just a big thank you to Sumaedha for always being there for me, being supportive, and being such a hardworking individual. I'll miss your question of, what's the tea? Or, does anyone have any tea? And it has been an honor to watch you grow as a mature young adult, and we can always be sticks in the mud together, as you like to say. And thank you again to the Konduri family for always being welcoming and caring. I'll miss our trip to Acadia National Park for camping. Thank you.
All right, my name is Milena, and I have a story about Sumaedha that pretty much encompasses why I love her so much as a friend. So, our greatest challenge, aside from the college admissions process this last year, was when we decided to both write a novel in 30 days, and in November. And some of you might, do you remember this? So we fearfully ventured in on November 1st with blank Google documents. In order to complete the challenge on time, one should plan to write 1,667 words per day until you got to the end of the month when you'd have 50,000 words in total. And as you probably would have guessed, that's not what happened because we were freshmen in high school and we had homework and sports, and we were also both on crew for the musical at the time, which was Grease. So I have very fond memories of Sumaedha and I sleeping under tables in the library or typing or just sitting backstage on a couch and like taking a nap and writing more. And everyone said we were crazy, but I was glad she took on the challenge with me. And so we get to the end of like the month when we're supposed to have the word count done. And I was pretty much done, but Sumaedha wasn't. She had about 15,000 words left to write. And at the time, I really didn't think she could do it. And I'm like, oh, well, it doesn't matter. Like, why would you do that? And she was like, no, I have to. Like, I put my mind to it, and I'm going to do it. And I was like, no way. No, you're not going to do it. And it wasn't like we were going to get, like, $1 million if we completed this challenge or whatever. But somehow she did it. She showed up at school saying that she did it, and she was, like, really exhausted. And I was so surprised by this, but I later realized it's because when Sumaedha decides she's going to do something, she does it. And she does it for herself, but usually for other people too. She's hands down the most hardworking person I've ever met. She knows what she wants to accomplish, and she'll be up at 3 a.m. to make it happen if that needs to happen. She'll lock her phone in the cupboard so that she can focus if that needs to happen. But the reason she impresses me so much is because I've never met someone with such a drive that is so genuine and good-natured. She's not after a certain grade or an award or a title. She wants to work hard for the people around her. She loves her family and she wants to make them proud. She loves her brother and she wants to set a good example for him. She loves the teams that she's on and she works to help them succeed. And for her friends, she works to support and be there for them. I continued to watch Sumaedha's effort and passion grow throughout high school, mostly through her creativity. During lockdown, we were seldom bored and spent the hours emailing back and forth. Sumaedha would send me extensive drawings of sets and colorful light designs that she thought up for our theater programs, and I'd send her ridiculous plots for plays that I wanted to write. We'd record videos of us reacting to new musical soundtracks and call it vlogging. I began to truly appreciate the change that having Sumaida as a close friend had to my life. While most people might text me happy birthday, Sumaida would send me a long and thoughtful email, complete with her inside jokes, opinions on Duolingo, and of course the very lengthy paragraph about a tree that she had just written for her story. And just like everything else, Sumaida puts forth all of her effort into our friendship. The fall of junior year, I transferred from Linfield High School and into private school. I worried about having friends, and for a while, I didn't have money. But Sumaida was there for me regardless of it. I used to think that changing friends or schools or moving off to college meant that you would lose all your friends, and I worried about it. But that's not true. Sumaida showed me that the people worth keeping in your life are the ones who are going to put in the effort for you, and you'll put the effort for them right back in. They're the ones who answer you, even if it's faster a week when you originally texted because her phone was locked in the cupboard. Or whenever you need a friend. And so a while ago, I found, this was probably like a year or two ago, I found a good Pinterest quote to describe Sumaida and I's relationship. It says, "Best friends are people you don't need to talk to every day. You don't need to talk to each other for weeks, but when you do talk again, it's like you never stop talking." And that's what life's been like for us. We don't really hang out too much anymore, at least in person, but we call for hours, and we share the gossip from each of our schools, and we're still each other's editors when it comes to our writing. And we'll hang out at odd hours to eat Indian food or watch bad Disney remakes, or we'll just walk miles around town. So I'm leaving for Ireland in a month or so, and she's going to Tulane in Louisiana. It's a long way, but I'm not worried about losing her this time, because I know that my important friends will always be around. So thanks, Sumaida. You're one of the smartest people I know because you understand calculus, but also because you sent your mind to achieve even the toughest of tasks and work hard to help the people around you. I'm so happy and honored that I could be here today for you, and I'm very proud of everything you've accomplished and the wonderful person you've become.
When Sumaida wants to do something, she does it, and she does it well. School, work, drama managing, friends, family, running, dance, literally everything. I've personally seen this in our friendship through the years, through going to school together and going to different schools for high school. We're currently living only 1.3 miles apart, but still don't see each other often as we could. Throughout high school, we would randomly see each other while she was practicing for cross country, and I was going for a lone run, and we would cheer each other on as we passed each other. Or sometimes when I was taking the bus ride home, I would snap a picture of her running or walking outside Linfield High School and text it to her out of the blue as a blurry, zoomed-in picture of her walking by. Or once in a while, we would actually have a planned activity where we could and would talk nonstop to each other for 9.5 miles over 4 miles, always talking about something random of books, music, family, school, musical, the tea. One time I remember walking down Chestnut Street and she described a show she watched in great detail for probably over an hour. And when she started playing the Encanto soundtrack because I hadn't listened to any of it yet and I needed to learn all the words to Surface Pressure, all while walking around the town. The commitment she has towards all her friends is a true tell of how much she values her connections to others. The amount of times she tries to get everybody from Linfield together to do something is an amazing feat. Once Sumaida commits to doing something, she'll do it, and she'll do it well. The scariest part of being friends with Sumaida is her memory. She remembers everything, especially the things I wish she wouldn't remember, or I don't even remember telling her. This helps show how committed Sumaida is to teaching to each of her friends and family, because when she brings up 5th grade recess or 4th grade book club and our obsession with mother-daughter book club in middle school, I wonder how she tracks all those memories. As a friend of Sumaida, you can expect a personalized, lengthy birthday card, or if you haven't seen each other in a while, a specific question about your family or event that recently happened. She wants to be your friend and puts the effort into showing how much you matter to her. I wish her the best to Sumaida for everything in her future, and I'm grateful for us having known each other and know each of us are so lucky to have known Sumaida so far in her life.
Hello everyone, my name is Marianne Lane and I'm a friend of Sumaida's. During our time together, I have had the amazing opportunity of watching one of my closest friends grow and evolve over a whirlwind of 8 years. Sumaida is contagiously passionate, extraordinarily brilliant, and extremely empathetic. She's the person I go to for a genuine laugh, the hottest tea, and honest advice. No matter who someone is, Sumaida is willing to help them, whether that be with a bit of comfort, some top-notch tutoring, or some words of wisdom. I've seen her make such a positive impact on the world around her, including myself. It seems as though even when she isn't trying, Sumaida manages to help everyone grow. Throughout middle and high school, I cannot remember a time where I didn't see Sumaedha carrying this mountain of books and binders in her arm. Every time she got to her seat, she would not so neatly lay her pile of stuff out onto multiple desks, and when it was time to go to another class, her friends would be caught waiting while Sumaedha gathered all of her belongings. It was a hassle. When it was time for lunch, she would stack up all of her stuff, painstakingly slowly, and chit-chat with whoever was nearby. I remember my stomach growling relentlessly as I tried to subtly pry Sumaedha away from the conversation with minimal success. This lunchtime routine resulted in our first fight. I don't exactly remember how it started, but I will never forget the aftermath. For about 3 days after the confrontation, Sumaedha and I refused to speak to one another. I remember thinking that this was exactly what I wanted, the freedom to race to lunch. However, I couldn't have been farther from the truth. As the days of silent treatment passed, I began to reflect on my frustration with my friend's habit. During the time that most students just quickly packed their bags and sped walked to lunch, Sumaedha spent those precious minutes connecting with other people. Within those few minutes every day, I bore witness to one of my best friend's hidden talents, her ability to form connections with others. With the time we spent apart, Sumaedha inadvertently helped me grow to recognize and truly appreciate the power of conversation and connection. School can be a boring, mundane place, but not with Sumaedha. She spent her free time working towards something meaningful and worthwhile. She took time out of her day, her lunch period, to find a little bit of beauty within everyone. This is just the kind of person she is, a person who is able to find excitement in every situation and everybody. She has a way of bringing out the best in people. When I try to remember what life was like back in middle school and the early years of high school, it is these small moments that I recall. The memories of us giggling and racing down the empty halls, gossiping or spilling tea in empty classrooms, and finding out the hidden identities of our teachers outside of school. These moments have never failed to bring me joy. Considering that Sumaedha is seemingly always in a rush, it is ironic that she taught me how to enjoy the small moments in life. They're what have brought me the most happiness and fulfillment. Sumaedha's gift of connection has not and will not fail to create some of the most beautiful moments in life, and I'm forever grateful that I got to be a part of that. Thank you.
So first of all, my name is Amrita. I'm Sumaedha's friend from Connecticut. And first of all, I just want to acknowledge what an incredible performance we've been able to witness here. Right before I left home, to come here, I was telling a couple of my friends about how I was going to Boston. I was coming up to watch this Art Engage drum, and I was explaining to them what an Art Engage drum is. And one of them was telling me, that's such an impressive accomplishment, but I'm so surprised that there are teenagers doing stuff like that. And I honestly laughed because Sumaedha doing an Art engagement is many things: impressive, inspiring, and a testament to her hard work, to name a few. But surprising is not one of them. Sumaedha and I have known each other for a long time. Our mothers met in India, and they reconnected by complete chance in the US many years and thousands of miles later. We have remained friends even when I moved away from her through what feels like a million phone calls and late-night sleepovers, plus the occasional weekover, as we called it. Sumaedha has been there for both the big moments and the small moments, and whenever I get a text starting with, "I have tea," a recurring theme it seems, I know that immediately I'll be there to hear the important moments in life, and she'll be there to hear mine. So even when we were young, Sumaedha was an impressive performer. We used to put on these long, elaborate performances with multiple costume changes and different hair and makeup and these scripts we would follow that I probably still have stashed in my closet somewhere, all put on in a cardboard theater she used as a set. I also became well acquainted with Sumaedha's basement over the years throughout these performances, but these performances made two things very clear. One, Sumaedha was always meant to be putting on these shows for people, whether through dance or theater, or just through the impressive conversation she has to make the world around her just a little bit brighter. And two, she doesn't do anything halfway, whether it's theater, school, dance, her devotion to her temple, or even just keeping up a friendship along state lines. I'm so lucky that fate helped our mothers reconnect and she landed in my life, and I'm so proud and inspired by what she's done today. I hope that in the future she'll still be there as long as possible for her to be able to give me good advice or just a chastising girl, and be there to make sure that every single moment, every single thing that's big or small is something that we can share and we get to keep our connection up across years. So I hope we can all give it up for Sumaedha, our star performer and the best friend a girl could ask for.
That was really, really sweet, guys. I should quote Sumaedha and say you guys slayed. Thank you so much. We'd like to invite Anandini auntie and Sudha auntie and the rest of the orchestra back. What's the tea, guys? Welcome, auntie.
All right. So now we are going to come back to her padams. And it is a staple in every Bharatanatyam Arangetram to pay respects to the one who taught us this dance, where this dance came from. And that is Lord Nataraja, as you can see up on that altar there, the dancing form of Lord Shiva. He dances with one leg lifted up and the other hand thrown across to point to his foot to say, "Come take refuge under my feet." His right hand blesses all of us. And it is said that he came down to earth and actually danced this dance style in the Golden Temple of Chidambaram, which is in South India. And from there, that dance was taught to sage Bharata, who taught it to his sons, who taught it to his sons, who taught it to his sons, and so on and so forth, until finally, yes, we got to learn it too. And it is a style that is said to come directly from God. So in this item, we are going to praise him in his dancing form, in his happy dancing form. Ananda Nadamidum Rajane, which is the king, the lord of happy dancing. And this is a really special composition for us because it's written by Hindu Temple Rhythms in-house composer and lyricist Gopal Venkatraman, who has been basically part of our family for more than 20 years. He does a lot of beautiful compositions for dance, and he has written, 65 plus tilanas, I think, now for most of our graduating girls. And so this is one of his early compositions that he created for dance for my mother to teach to her students. And it is very, very beautiful in its lyrics, which are in the language Tamil. Do you want to talk a little bit about Anandanami?
Yeah, sure. So the lyrics are Ananda Natamidum Rajane, Adal Valla Niraivan, Ponnambalam Tanile, Idadu Padam Tuki, Valadu Padam Tarithu. So it's basically talking about Ananda Natamidum means, one who dances with such joy, such elation and happiness. Adal Valla Niraivan, the one who is the Lord of Lords of dance. Ponnambalam meaning that golden mandapam, or that golden temple. What is it? Hall. Golden hall is where Nataraja is said to dance. Idadu Padam Tuki. So Idadu Padam is your left foot. He's the one who dances with his left foot uplifted. Valadu Karam Darit, meaning with his right hand, balancing on his right foot and blessing with his right hand, he dances. Virinda Shadai Mudiyil, Gangayum Piremadiyum. So one who has matted locks and has Ganga on his head, as well as Piraimadi, the crescent moon. Shevigalil Todum, the one who has earrings, Kundalamum Adira, that they move back and forth, they sway back and forth when he dances. Muppurinudum, so the one who has the sacred thread, Pamba Kanganam, the one who has snakes on his wrists. Udukkayum, Teechudarum. So Udukkai is the Damaru, Teechudarum, Kaigalilendhi, the one who has Udukkai and Tee in his right and left hand. And then
Fire.
Yeah, fire. And then the second half of the piece, the talam actually changes to takatakita, the same 5-beat cycle that we talked about earlier. And the lyrics are very beautiful. Urukaram abhayamai, visiya marukaramum. One hand blesses, the other hand sways back and forth. Puliyantol adayum, the one who has tiger skin on his waist. Punnagai perumidamum. When he kills the tiger and he wears it on his waist, he smiles with such pride that he accomplished that. Padaithu, Kathu, Arithu, Maraithu, Arulumishan. So Padaithu means the creator. He is. So we talked about the Trinity in our religion, the Hindu religion, which is Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. But we believe that Shiva is inherent in all three of those, meaning he creates, he protects, and he destroys. Padaithu, Kathu, Arithu, Maraithu, the one who holds secrets as well. Arulum, Ishan, the one who protects us all. Ulagam, Uyiriyavayum, Kakum, Perum Kalipil, meaning the entire world he protects, and we rejoice in his blessings. So that's the entire meaning of the songs, and I hope you guys enjoy it. All credit to Gopal Venkatraman.
You can see that Kritika basically danced her way through the explanation.
I have no other way
She
to
is a beautifully trained dancer. Both her and Akshaya completed their Arangetram under Siddhanti. So this is, again, like a great legacy carrying on. And both these girls have danced this item many times as well. We are ready to see Sumaedha's portrayal of it. This is in Ragam Shanmugapriya. So, after showing her athletic ability in that item, we're going to continue in that vein in the next item, which is a very special item in our dance school, only taught to select students that have not just the physical ability to do it, but also the capacity to understand the song and to have a deep, deep respect for its theme. And this very special item is Nadar Mudimel, also known as the Naga Nrityam or snake dance. So obviously what she has to do in this next item is emulate the movement of the snake. And she also has to showcase a number of backbends. And I think you will be very, very impressed with her ability here. When Sumaedha was learning this item, we had to first talk about the meaning and also the seriousness behind this item, that snakes are not something to be taken lightly. They're a very powerful creature, and especially in Indian mythology, it carries a lot of mysticism around it. So when this item is done, it has to be done with a deep, deep respect for the creature. And I think Sumaedha took it very, very seriously and put that respect and reverence into her training as she worked on this item with Sudanti. Nadar Mudimel speaks of how the snake sits on top of Shiva's head. And it's also in the verse we talk about how the snake is Shiva's ornaments. It's also the umbrella under which Mahavishnu sleeps, and it's the wrist ornaments of Parvati. So this creature has great pride of place in our mythology. And anytime this item is undertaken, it has to be with a very, very serious dedication. Yeah, it has to be done with a lot of dedication and respect.
Actually speaking, we all have the coiled serpent at the base of our spine. And as we go on in life, we learn to counteract with the negative elements that present themselves and ground us down to the lowest level. We need to rise above it. And as we rise and get rid of the negative feelings that we feel during the course of our life, if somebody doesn't talk to you, get annoyed. If somebody doesn't speak to you properly, your ego comes up. Unless we control that, it cannot rise. And when it rises, the serpent rises through the spine and comes up to the top of the head. And that's when you realize who you really are. So it's got a lot of esoteric meaning and a spiritual significance also. And I think when I talked to Sumaedha about this, she totally understood that. So we are presenting this with the greatest of respect to this ornament of Lord Shiva, the ornament of Lord Mahavishnu, and the ornament of the goddess. And would like to present it before you. I don't teach this to too many children because it's not supposed to be a display of our ability to bend and twist, but it's supposed to be from within ourselves to rise as we do from within ourselves to find out who we really are and what is our place in today's world and how do we get through this journey. So I do hope Sumaedha remembers that and performs it with all the blessings of Lord Shiva. Naganritya.
நாதர் முடி மேலிருக்கும் நாகபாம்பே நாதர் முடி மேலிருக்கும் நாகபாம்பே நச்சு பயை வைத்திருக்கும் நல்ல பாம்பே நாதர் முடி மேலிருக்கும் நாகபாம்பே நச்சு பயை வைத்திருக்கும் நல்ல பாம்பே பாதாளத்தில் கூடி போகும் பைக்குள் பாம்பே பாடுபா
How did we like the performance? Well, it's definitely not unsaid that without this beautiful team here, Sumaedha wouldn't be able to perform this well. So we are going to thank each and every one of them and also introduce them to everybody here because I know everybody doesn't know anyone here. So let's do that. I want to invite on stage Subang and Gayatri, Subang and Vibha to talk about our beloved orchestra. Oh, Gayatri and Vibha, I'm sorry.
Hello, everybody. My name is Vibha. I am Sumaedha's cousin, and it's an honor for me to be here today and introduce our lovely musicians. I wanted to start off by introducing Sachit Kurup, who is playing the flute for us today. Sachit is going to be a junior at Nashua High School North, New Hampshire, and he's 16 years old. He has been performing the flute in New England area with the local Indian band called Aero Boston and Boston Alap, and is part of a high school kids band called Treble Clef. He is part of the jazz ensemble and marching band at school where he plays the trumpet. He has been learning violin for the past 8 years and was part of the University of New Hampshire Youth Symphony Orchestra last year as well. He has been learning vocal music for the past 9 years and has won several awards, including the Hindi Munch Saregamapa at the age of 7. He has been learning Carnatic flute. He has been learning the Carnatic flute from his guru, Sri Karthik Krishna, for the past 5 years as well. I would also like to call Sachit to the stage.
Hello, everybody. I'm Gayatri, Sumaedha's younger cousin. It is my pleasure to introduce our violinist for the night, Akshaya Rajkumar. Rajkumar was initiated into the art of Carnatic vocal and violin music by Srimati Kalpana Venkat at the age of 5 and has been learning both for almost 20 years. She has also received training from Srimati Bhargavi Prabhu of Michigan and is currently learning from Sri Vittal Ramamurthy of Chennai, a disciple of Padma Bhushan Sri Lalgudi Jayaraman. She has meritoriously participated in many violin and vocal music competitions, including the Cleveland Tyagaraja Aradhana and Samagana Heritage Foundation. She has been providing vocal and violin support for many dance performances in Michigan and around the United States since she was 14. She was a featured violinist in the Chinmaya Mission Yuva Rhythm studio album, Jagat Janani, and has also performed with Tamil playback singer Krish. In addition to Carnatic violin, Akshaya has also trained in Western violin and the clarinet. She has also been learning Bharatanatyam under the tutelage of Srimati Sudha Chandrasekhar since the age of 3. She is also a former Distinguished Young Woman of Oakland County and Miss Malayali North America. Akshaya studied International and Operations Engineering at University of Michigan Ann Arbor and currently works in a luxury fashion company in New York City. Please take the stage.
Now I'd like to introduce our first Mridangam player, Atreya Maktal. Atreya Maktal started learning music from his father, Sri Indiresh Maktal, at the age of 8. He also learned violin for a brief interval of time from Srimati Bhargavi Prabhu. Currently, he's learning Mridangam from Kalamamani Sri T.R. Sundaresan, who hails from the school of Padma Shri Dr. Vela Venkateshwara Rao. He is a senior studying in Troy High School in Michigan. Apart from music, he's involved in various activities. He has played flute for his middle school band. He is in high school diving team. He has been a scriptwriter, director, and producer for short films. Recently, he, with another high schooler, has produced a short film titled It'll Always Be Us, which was premiered last month. So I'd like you to invite stage.
So introducing our second Mridangam player, Indiresh Maktal. Maktal started learning Mridangam at the age of 9 from Gana Kala Bhushana Sri Ghatam K.N. Krishnamurti at Bangalore. After 3 years of tutelage under him, he continued learning from Sri R. Krishnamurti, who comes from the school for Palaghat Kunjumani, from Sri Palaghat Kunjumani. Under his guidance, he gained different aspects of playing Mridangam, along with some aspects of vocal music. In 1976, he came under the influence of Padma Shri Sri Dr. Yalla Venkateshwara Rao. After being accepted by Sri Dr. Yalla Venkateshwara Rao, he went for advanced training under his guidance. By the time of finishing engineering and moving back from Bangalore, from Mysore, he had started learning vocal music from Dr. Ramana Kumar, a disciple of Bala Murali Krishna. Since then, he has been pursuing both vocal and Mridangam. He has been a Yuvavani artist for Mysore Akashavani from 1978 to 1983, and he has been accompanying many musicians like T.R. Subramaniam, T.K. Govindarao, and Dr. Ramana Kumar, to name a few. He is currently working in the IT industry, and he also teaches Mridangam in the Rochester, Michigan area. Please take the stage.
Now we'd like to introduce Kritika Rajkumar, who did our vocals today. Kritika Rajkumar was initiated into Carnatic music by Srimati Bahumanti Chari at the age of 7. She later continued her vocal training under Srimati Kalpana Venkat and is currently training under Srimati Tara Bangalore. Kritika has been providing vocal support for various recitals and arangetrams for several years. In college, she was a valuable member of Case Western Reserve University's South Asian Fusion a cappella group called Dum a Cappella, and was a lead singer in both of their studio albums. She also won first place with the group at the National A Cappella Competition Kate Raho in Iowa City, Iowa, and was awarded the Best Female Vocalist at the competition. She released a studio album called Gam Gam Ganapate with Chinmay Mission's Yuva Kendra group and has toured nationally with the Yuva Rhythms group. Kritika has also been learning Bharatanatyam since the age of 3 and performed her Arangetram in May 2004 at the age of 12 under Guru Sudha Auntie's training. She has also won numerous awards for her performances, both in the US and India, including the Cleveland Tigaraja Andhranas dance competition in 2010. She is former Miss Malayali North America and nationalist finalist for Miss World. Kritika is currently a trial attorney practicing complex commercial litigation at Holland and Knight. She also teaches Bharatanatyam in the greater Boston area.
I would like to take a moment to acknowledge Sumaedha's guru, who was also on the Nattuvangam, Srimati Anandani Chandrasekhar. Anandani Chandrasekhar is the youngest daughter. Yes. And student of Guru Natyaveda Bharati Sudha Chandrasekhar. The third generation of dancers and musicians in her family, Anandani received further training from Guru T.K. Mahalingam Pillai, Guru K. Kalyana Sundaram, and Guru Karunambal of Sri Raja Rajeshwari Bharatanatyam Kala Mandir in the prestige Tanjavur style. She has been performing professionally since the age of 2 and teaching for over 20 years in various centers in Michigan, Chicago, New York, and the Boston area. Anandani has some additional training in Kathak, Kuchipudi, and Mohiniyattam, as well as ballet, jazz, tap, musical theater, contemporary, and African dance. Outside of dance, Anandani works in digital marketing and plays keyboards and sings with the popular local Bollywood band Dinchek. She has had Carnatic music training under her mother, Sudha Chandrasekhar, and her sister, Vidya Chandrasekhar, as well as Nivedita Shivraj of Ragachitra Fine Arts and Dr. Deepthi Navaratna. Please take the stage.
Now we'd like to introduce Guru Srimati Sudha Chandrasekhar. Natuvangam and Jati Solukutu, Sudha's extensive experience dates back to 1943 when she first began her classical dance training in Manipuri and Kathak at the Rupatayan Institute in Bombay, India. She began studying Bharatanatyam in 1945 under the guidance of such greats such as Sri Tiruvidai Marudar Kupaya Pillai, Guru A.T. Govindaraj Pillai, Srimati Karun Nambal, Guru T.K. Mahilingam Pillai, and Guru K. Kalyana Sundaram, the renowned masters of the Sri Raja Rajeshwari Bharatanatyam Kalamandir. They trained her intensively in the Tanjavur style as passed down from the great Panchapakesha Natuvanar, Guru Kuppaya Pillai's own great-grandfather and the author of the Abhinaya Navanitam, a treatise on the Bharatanatyam in the language Tamil. She moved to North America in the 1960s, where she established the Hindu Temple Rhythms as a center for Indian arts and culture, and performed widely across the US and Canada to share the art of Bharatanatyam with audiences who had never experienced it. Sudha Auntie has received numerous accolades, which include the title Natya Kala Shikarojvala, Nitya Seva Mani, Natya Kala Sarovar, Bharata Kala Shrestha, and Natya Veda Bharati. Among her many famous patrons and audiences are well-known names such as Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, actor Kirk Douglas, mime artist Marcel Marx, civil rights activist Rosa Parks, and Motown singer Aretha Franklin. She has conducted 122 Arangetrams prior to Sumaedha's and continues to teach and perform today at the age of 82. Sudha Auntie has been featured in publications including The Dance India by Enakshi Bhavani, Hands Across Michigan by Alan Kamuda, Bharatanatyam by Sunal Kotri, 1997, Bharatiya Nari by Mulji Bhai Shah, 1968, and Marg Publications. We'd please like to welcome on their stage. Thank you, everyone, and we'd like to continue with the program. Thank you.
Okay. That was a lot of long words for the girls to pronounce. But that is who trained us all. They took the name of their village or the city that they came from, added their father's name, and then their own name. So it's Bharata Vidwan, T.P. Kuppaya Pillai, standing for Tiruvadamalur Kuppaya, T.P. is Panchapakesha Kuppaya Pillai. Panchapakesha Nattonar was the original grandfather of the present masters, great-great-grandfather. And then there was A.T. Govindraj Pillai, he came from Ayampette. And T stood for Tanjavur, and Govindraj Pillai was the first one who established the Sri Rajarajeshwari Bharatanaट्य Kala Mandir in Mumbai in 1945, and I was their first student, and now I became the senior most. It took me a long time.
I hope you all caught when they said that she is 82 and still teaching and still dancing.
That reminds me, I'll be 83 in October, and then I'll have only 17 years left to be 100. That's cool. I'll do the run. No, at least that's what my oldest daughter says. You have to live to be 100. And I said, well, then I'll be immortal. That'll be easier, right? Instead of putting number of years. Anyways, my guru is 90. Guru Kalyana Sundaram, the youngest son of Guru Kuppaya Pillai, is 90 now. And Govindra Mahalinga Sir and all lived to be in their 80s. So I'm somewhere there now, you know. Kalyana Sundaram Master recently received the Padma Shri, and we were very honored to have a master who worked so hard. Staying in Bombay had helped so many people from different parts of the world to come and learn under them and to teach them this awesome Carnatic art form, and still run the institute and bring the younger ones, get them interested in it, and they're now in the 8th generation. So it's really an amazing thing that every time we come on stage, we are only messengers of our masters. We are telling the world that this is a better way of living. Our art and our culture is something which will always stay with us. I know we are enamored with all the new things that are happening, but they all will fail. The art and the culture of the land and the respect and the love that we have and the gratitude that we have to God who has given us this is what is important. Okay, I'm not supposed to talk too much now. So I just wanted you to know that thank you for valiantly pronouncing those names. My gurus are here present. Thankful.
I do think that it is important to mention the generational thing because we have a lot of family pairs up here today. So obviously, you all know my mother and I. Indiresh also has his son who he is training in Mridangam. Yep. And we have these two super talented sisters, Kritika and Akshaya.
And we thank their parents, Ganga and Rajkumar.
Yes.
Wish they were here, but I'm sure we can share the videotape with them.
And I do not want to fail to mention our young flutist and his father, Manish, who's been helping us on sound today. So it's definitely a family affair. Okay, Tilana.
Yeah, so now, Tilana is a joyous fantasy of pure joy. And the Tilana we have chosen for Sumaedha today is written by another great inebriated singer who was lost in his music, Sri Balamurali Krishna, who's Indresh here is a great follower and a great admirer of Sri Balamurali Krishna. He can speak volumes about him. Even I don't know that much. But that is the Tilana we have chosen today. He wrote so many beautiful pieces, and to really understand the passion behind his writings, his music, and things like that, takes, for a choreographer like me, I have to go into the deepest portions of how he had designed those. And he taught, as he was singing, he taught many different ways of singing the same line over and over again, which very much responds with our dance, because the single line is taken and interpreted in many ways. So today, Anandini has choreographed for today's program this Tilana of Balamurali Krishna. It has so many nuances within it. And I know many of you would have heard this one. And the Tilana is outstanding because several rhythms are tied into the basic rhythm. So if it's an Adi Talam, which is 8 counts or multiples of 8, we can put in the 5 basic rhythms of Tisram, Chatusram, Misram, Khandam, and Sankiranam, which is 4 beats, 3 beats, 5 beats, 7 beats, and 9 beats. How are they all put in together, and how does she show it? And there's one specific piece where she will do only footwork along with the talam that goes along. And then Atonar says the words, and the dancer interprets this with the mridangis. So this is what the Tilana, it's an outstanding piece at the end, a celebratory piece, which says, okay, I'm done, I did it, I did all my items, I'm done. So this is what Sumaedha will share with you today. It's her favorite piece also. So Sumaedha, you ready? Let's go. Thank you. Ready? You all ready?
tajam tat tajam tat tajam tat 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 tirigidom tat tirigidom tat 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 tirigidom tat tajam tat tajam tat tajam tat 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 tirigidom tat tirigidom tat 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 tirigidom tajam tat tajam tat tajam tat 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 tirigidom tat tajam tat tajam tat tajam tat 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 tirigidom tat tajam jam tat tat tirigidom tat tajam jam tat tat tirigidom tajam tajam tat 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 tirigidom tajam tajam tat 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 tirigidom tirigidom tat tat tirigidom tat tat tirigidom tat tat tirigidom tat tajam jam tam tat tajam jam te tat tajam jam tat tat tirigidom tat tat tirigidom tat tat tirigidom tat tat tirigidom tat tajam jam tam tat tajam jam te tat tajam jam tat tat tirigidom tat tat tirigidom tat tat tirigidom tat tat tirigidom tat tat kita tam tat tat kita te tat tat kita te I would like to invite Sudanti to say a few words about Sumaedha before we present her with something special. And as she's speaking, I want to also call up to the stage Shefali and Anika. If you guys are still here, please come up and join me up here. These are two of our Vidyanjali Hindu Temple Rhythms graduates that did their Arangetrams last year, so I just want their little bit of assistance. Soumya, do you think it's okay if Sudanti takes that mic? Okay. Can you give this to Sudanti? On the other side.
So, I would like to say a few words now about Sumaedha and about her journey. Since I saw her as a little girl, she was very regular in her dance classes, except if she had to go away with the family for vacations and things like that. In our family, we don't take vacations because we have no time. We're very busy taking care of your children. So when the children say they want to go on vacation with family, we joyfully send them because that's something very, very rare for us. She always came back very enthusiastic, very, like her friends were all talking about her, passion for getting things done. And that probably, she was telling me that she's a Virgo, and Virgo people are, I guess they have a huge responsibility about making sure that they rise to the occasion. It's a lot that they take upon themselves. And so as her teachers, we had to make sure that she understood that she could take it easy once in a while. So during the dance classes and all, we made her sit down and talk about other things other than dancing and stuff. And that's the new thing that I started doing because of my older daughter saying that you can't just talk about dance, you have to talk about other things in life because they have things to do. So, okay. I'm growing too because there are certain aspects of life that I have not even known about. But now I'm learning and I'm still fascinated with what I'm doing, because it's been very healthy, very uplifting, and very spiritually satisfying for me. And that's why I'm standing before you today. I have our 4 generations. The passion is always the mother. And for Sumaedha also, it is her mother's passion that made her take up and make her mother happy, make her family happy about her. It's the same thing, this only daughter syndrome, We feel that we have that responsibility of making our parents proud of us to be the gems of our family. And it's not bad, We give up some things on the way and then we don't realize we missed it anyways. So thank you, Mom, wherever you are. Sumaedha's mom, I'm very, very proud of you. I'm so grateful that you brought up a daughter. Your daughter is going to be the torchbearer of your family. She has got all the necessary qualifications for that. Coming to dancing, she has sailed through the whole performance today. She was absolutely flawless. Her expressions were wonderful. It's very difficult to teach expressions to this AI generation now because they're all going to be like this, So to see her enlighten and joyfully say these expressions, bring out Krishna Leelas and bringing out Shiva's wonderful dancing, it's coming from within her. And you would have seen how she uses, including her eyebrows, every part of her face, which is something she's endowed with. And so I'm very happy. She loves theater, and she likes lighting and things like that. So she's going to be very, very useful to the arts world. And I'm sure we will all help her to achieve greatness in that, because that's very important. Other things are not that important. Yes, there are very many professions. In our dance school, we have doctors, engineers, lawyers, Kriti is one of them. And we have children who are very adept in the IT field, and all of them. And I'm just a grandmother to all of them, happy that I didn't do any of those things. I wanted to be a doctor, but I said I'll be a better doctor, a dancing doctor. And I'd go to the patients and talk to them and make them happy. So coming back to our dancer today, she has made me so happy, very fulfilled. Every depiction of what we taught her was there. Especially, I loved the way she walked like a Raja on the field. She did that well. She drew her sword, standing in front of Durga, placing it there. All those things are difficult to learn overnight or in a short period of time, but she did it. And I'm very happy about that. I'm sure Anandini is extremely pleased with her performance today, as all of you have responded to everything that she did today. And I'm sure that she's very happy about the wonderful... Why are you standing there? Come up. Come. So thank you for having me here for your performance. And I just want to say that you made me very happy.
Thank you.
You held your posture. Posture is very important for a dancer. The tip walk, the dance walk, and the movement across the stage. She did that also very well. So she remembered everything that we had told you, and you kept your smile. Dance, my dear child. Keep on dancing. Wherever you get an opportunity, get up, move. You should move. The healthiest thing is to keep moving. We sit a lot at work. For whose sake? We're spoiling our health. So keep moving. You sit there, keep moving with your feet. Nobody will say anything. You do it on your own, you know. But it's good to move. It keeps you healthy. It keeps you happy. It makes you think about various things and a lot. I really hope all of you had a brilliant time here listening to these songs. And we were in a different world. Everything seemed to be shut off. We're in a whole new world. We're just wrapped up in this world. Did you feel that way? Because I was totally unaware of what's going on outside. So this is what it is. Spiritually enlightening, spiritually uplifting, and spiritually satisfying. And that is what we need to have in our lives. We want to thank all our musicians here who have come here. All of them. Every one of them. Indresh and I go back a long time in Michigan, and he's very, very adept. He's very deep into music. If you have him talking about music, he will spend hours and hours and maybe days and nights. And I hope his little son picks that up. And he's learning now, and we're happy to have both of them. You should be so honored to have two mridangists for your performance. And then we had Kritika and Akshya, the wonderful sisters who are super talented, like Anandini said. And we're happy. I'm happy to sit on the same stage with all of you, you know, and Sajid, you also. All of them, they have given a little part of their lives for this, and this is going to be protecting them. It is going to be so superlative in their lives. They will, whatever they do, they'll be able to achieve success. I know that. And I hope all of you who are here will also have the same amount of satisfaction in your lives. And now, Shefali says, that's enough, Auntie. Let's do this. So, Nataraja Swami, who dances, who's the Lord of Dance, and who has given you the opportunity to learn this great art form. This is Anandini's gift to you and HDR's gift to you, to keep you dancing, keep you moving, and sing and praise the Lord throughout your lives. Okay? God bless you. Anandini, come. You have to give this. So Anandini will now read the certificate and present it.
I'm not going to read it.
Read. You achieved your Read. Okay, let me read this.
Okay.
It says, HDR Certificate of Achievement awarded to Sumaedha Konduri for the successful study and completion of the prescribed course of classical dance, culminating in her Bharatanatyam Arangetram debut performance today, Saturday, August 5th, 2023, in the presence of this large and wonderful group audience of lovers of the art, your family, and your friends who give you all the blessings to keep going in your life. Signed, Sudha Chandrasekhar and Anandini Chandrasekhar. With love.
Thank you.
Wait, do I have to say my speech now? Okay. Wait, yeah, can I just put this here?
Okay, so we will conclude with the Mangalam. We're going to do a very, very popular Neerajanam for Mahalakshmi, followed by Sumaedha's final Namaskarams on stage.
क्षीराब्धिकं यकको श्रीमहालक्ष्मीः नीरजालय कुनो नीराजनम् क्षीराब्धिकं यकको श्रीमहालक्ष्मीः नीरजालय कुनो కళలకును నీరాజనం పగడు శ్రీ వెంకటేశు పట్టపురాణియై నెగడు సతి కళలకును నీరాజనం జగతిగల మేలు జగతిగల మేలు మంగ సకదనములకెల్ల నిగుడు నిజ శోభనకు నీరాజనం జగతిగల మేలు మంగ సకదనములకెల్ల నిగుడు నిజ శోభనపు నీరాజనం నీరాజనం క్షీరాబ్ది కన్యకకు శ్రీ మహాలక్ష్మికి నీరజాలయకును నీరాజనం నీరాజనం క్షీరాబ్ది కన్యకకు శ్రీ మహాలక్ష్మికి నీరజాలయకును నీరాజనం నీరాజనం భవమాన సుతడు పటు పదార విందములకు నీ నామ రూపములకు జయ మంగళం రాజీవ నయన త్యాగ రాజాది వినుతమైన నీ నామ రూపములకు జయ మంగళం జై శ్రీకృష్ణ
Thank you all.
I'll try to be less emotional, but you can all guess that it is very emotional for us. So, good evening, everyone. It is a wonderful day for all of us, seeing combined effort, respect, and dedication to Bharatanatyam from teachers Anandini and Sudha Aunty and orchestra. The whole crew and Sumaedha has been a joy. Interest in dance started for Sumaedha at the age of 6. From that point to evolve to Arangetram has been a journey where several things helped her. Rooted to her culture, dance has been a significant role in Sumaedha's life. Her teacher continued to inspire her and motivate her along the way. Anandani has been a tremendous positive influence to Sumaedha. She was not only a guru but also a role model. When Anandani suggested to Sumaedha, let's have Arangetram in 11th grade, Sumaedha immediately agreed to it. Well, I was excited. I was also a little nervous about the effort it would take, and at the same time, I knew this was very important to Sumaedha, and I also know how dedicated and passionate Sumaedha is about dance. I had full faith in Anandani's support. Both her and Sumaedha worked tirelessly to put together this amazing and mesmerizing performance. Chinmaya Mission has been an integral part of Sumaedha's life, and this performance being here is a dream come true for us. All of this was made possible by blessings of God, support from family and friends. Srikant had been a very big pillar of strength with unwavering support along the way to us. While I want to take the names of each and every person who helped us, the list is very long and I know everyone is ready for the dinner. Special thanks to my mother-in-law who has come all the way from India since summer and helping us daily at home so that we could go to practices at any time we want. Rest of the family coming, especially I'm very thankful to my Vaugaru, Vanaja, my parents, my brother, sister, Sweetie, Rahul, and all the extended family and friends who've come from out of state and spent time with us. This is a big honor for us and a very, very humbling experience. Thank you.
I think you left the other paper there. That's fine. I'll continue the rest.
Thank you for staying up for us.
Couple of words. First thing, thank you all for coming here. Your gracious presence was really good. Thank you. Thanks a lot for it. Thanks to the orchestra. You've done a wonderful job, and we all loved it. Thank you. Thanks a lot for that. Few things for me. I sat there in the very first on came up. I started to cry. Gladly, I was not on makeup. That's good. So it went on. I could not stop my tears, and it went on and on. I think I'm very proud of Sumaedha, and she did a marvelous job. I'm sure she will excel in wherever she goes. I don't want to take too much of your time here. I would like to give it to Subhang, his brother, and a wonderful brother out there, for his wonderful things.
Akka, really for my whole life, you've been my role model. You've always worked so hard to achieve your goals, and I've really learned a lot from you. You always taught me to always put 100% into whatever you do, and that it will pay off, and I will miss you when you go to college. I'm confident that you can do great things, and I hope for you the best in the future. Really thank you for all you've done for me, for being there when I needed it, and for tolerating me.
Thank you all. Thank you for help. Please take your time, go take some pictures with some. I'm sorry. Hold on. There you go. There's here. The star.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna try to make this fast, but if anyone, like all you guys know me, so I'm never ever stop talking. But I feel like you've all seen me enough on this stage today, so. So number one, hello everyone. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it, and it means so much to have all of your guys' support. I genuinely cannot believe that I just finished my Arangetram. I don't know. It just didn't feel real. So I never thought that I would be able to complete my Arangetram. 3 years ago during COVID-19 pandemic, I started seeing dance as an outlet for my creativity. And with that, I cultivated the needed discipline and hard work that I had lacked prior. And through hundreds of hours of Zoom classes with Anandani Auntie and Sudha Auntie, I slowly improved my Adamandi, my hastas, my expressions, and I grew more confident in who I was as a dancer. So I'll be really honest with you, the road to this day has definitely not been the smoothest. And as many good days there were many bad days. But here I am. Yay, I did it. Now we're gonna get philosophical. Bharatanatyam for me, like for so many people, is one way for us to connect to our Indian heritage, especially as children of the diaspora. during the past college admissions process, I wrote about Bharatanatyam, about the Bharatanatyam dance community, and in my sleep-deprived state, I decided to compare all of these dances to library books because the admissions officers totally needed another creative metaphor. Creative. I wrote, quote, "The dances that I learned from the steps, the songs, the expressions are like an old library book. In the back, you see the place where the inked due date was last stamped, and you see how many people held that very copy in their hands dearly, and laughed at the funny parts, cried at the sad scenes, and you see the small piece of history that connects you to something so much bigger than yourself." End quote. Knowing that the dances I have learned have been danced by so many members of the Hindu Temple Rhythms dance community gives me this history and heritage that I can look back on, and that is so utterly beautiful because it shows how these dances and these songs are pieces of living, breathing history that we have preserved over generations, and because of all the dancers and musicians that have come before us. And that's so powerful because I feel like we've been talking a lot about like legacy and generation and like passing it on to generations because it reminds me and so many of us about how we have to go forward and keep dancing to preserve this beautiful art form for future generations. So I'm so glad that through my Arangetram I'm able to hopefully be a little piece of that puzzle and help bring change to continue spreading dance over the world. So next, I'm going to try to do this as fast as possible, but I need to thank everyone who has helped make this happen because, like Anand Auntie said, this is quotes, "I had an entire village help me." So first, I want to thank the orchestra for playing for me. They are so talented, and I couldn't have done this without them. Also, unrelated, but when Kritika Akka requested to follow me on Instagram, I felt so honored. Like it felt like as if like a celebrity was following me, so thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, okay. So I thank Geeta Auntie and Satya Auntie in the back for making me look so amazing. All my hair and makeup and costuming was done by them, and I genuinely don't know what I would have done because I'm sure all of you guys saw that all my eyeliner was dripping, but you know, it's chill. Mark and Maddie for doing lights. Thank you for taking my ideas and my lengthy light design doc to do all of this amazing lighting for my Arangetram. Need to thank Manish Uncle. Thank you for doing all the sound. Thank Vijay Uncle and Naga Uncle for doing all the photos and all the videos. I need to thank Anisha Auntie and her team. They're responsible for all these amazing decorations. I need to thank my Amma. She has sat through so many of my dance classes from the very beginning, and she has watched so many hours and hours of my dancing over the years. And like just for this Arangetram alone, like she probably watched like the same dances like a gajillion million times. And even when I like eye rolled or got annoyed because she was like, "How about you do this?" or "How about you do this?" I am so thankful that you were able to, I'm kind of doing this impromptu now, that you were able to watch, that you watched me dance and that you cared so much to be at all my practices, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, Nana, because you also helped set all of this up, and you helped like get the catering and all of that stuff. And you also drove me to Newton this past week and for like several other rehearsals, even when like it's like a 45-minute to an hour drive. So literally couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Subang, for begrudgingly recording my videos or playing my music or doing anything that I needed you to do, even though you were probably in the middle of doing something. So I really appreciate it. I love you so much. I'm also going to miss you when I'm in college. I need to thank my Soumya Akka and my Viva Akka. Viva Akka? Whoa. Sorry, Viva Pinni. Sorry. I need to thank them for keeping me calm backstage and for all that they do just to like keep me sane. I really appreciate it, and I couldn't have done this without all of your guys' support. I need to thank my Nainama and my Amama because thank you so much for, number one, like always being such big supporters of me. You guys are, both of you guys are always like, "Oh, can I see your dances? Can I watch your dances?" And you're always asking me about that, and it really means a lot because it just means a lot, okay? I'm not articulate right now. I need to thank all my friends and my family that have showed up for me, taken flights, driven long hours just for me, and I really appreciate you guys coming all this way and showing your support. It means a lot. I need to thank Vidyaka because she told me to postpone my nervous feelings, and I think I did that, so slay. I need to thank Sudha Auntie because although I'm really petrified by fear when I'm dancing in front of you, and sometimes I'm close to tears, which is fine. It's like part of the process, you know? Like you don't get this good without like a lot of tears. Thank you so much for all the corrections. They have truly made me a better dancer, and I'm so thankful that I've gotten to learn from you. Please keep spreading all of your knowledge because like I'm just trying to soak it up like a sponge, like osmosis and stuff, like, you know. Also, can you like revive your adult class so I can be part of it? Thanks. I need to thank Anandani Auntie because she has seen me be dancing for like 8 years, and like you saw all the stages, like especially when I was like a really like ugly duckling dancer, like side eye. It was like really bad. But you have continued to be my dance teacher for all of these years, and you have really believed in me and always like been so positive, especially through this entire process, especially when I was like down on myself a lot. I really appreciate you always trying to like lift me back up. So I really appreciate that. So thank you. There's definitely more people I need to thank, but thank you. I'm good. Yay. Now, sorry, I know I said I was gonna end at 7, but like it's 8:01. So now it's time for dinner. Yay! What?
Yeah. Now we can all go for the dinner. Thank you. Yes, Marlene.